All right, it is time to go racing here at Willow Springs International Raceway for the VARA High Desert Challenge. It's our first race of the weekend, and we are getting ready to go here. So let us get going, and we will do our starting lineups here. But first, let us do our track map here for VARA. It is, let's do this real quick. There is our track map. Of course, it is a 2.5 mile, 4 kilometer, 9-turn racetrack, all asphalt. First race in 1953. It is the first permanent road course here in the United States, and we are so excited to be here for these VARA races. All right, let's do our starting lineup here for our first race. This is Big Bore here, and our pole sitter is Ayed Al-Najjar in the BMW M3 DTM car. Then we've got Serge Sigdamoglu in his BMW DTM car in the outside of row number 1. Row number 2, you've got Maury Gentile and Michael Shirley in row number 2. Row number 3 will be Mike Thomas and John Anderson. Bill Bodish and Ahmed Al-Najjar is going to be in row number 4. Now moving on to row number 5, it's John DeLauro and Thomas Esbeck is your row number 5 group. Row number 6, Brad Long and Joe Biglione will be in row number 6. Row number 7, you've got Robert Kelly and Ron Hurst. Now moving on to row number 8, Adam Goodrich and Rich Herrera. Now into row number 9, we've got Devereaux Langdrock and Jay Peril. Row number 10 is Edward Schwartz and Tony Hart. And then row number 11, Anthony Mork and Adam Coda. That's how they line up right now for the Big Bore race. We will get this race underway in just a few minutes. There are your cars now going through turn 7 down towards the start of this race. As you can say, move the camera today to get a little less wind shake, and it is better, but still really windy out there. But that's the case that we have out here for our first race of the day. We've got 2 races here before lunch, and then after lunch we'll pick back up with race number 3, and that'll be, what a beautiful day for racing. You can see the vapor trails out in the sky off on the outside of turn 8 and 9, and it is just a fantastic weather here. There's another shot of the vapor trails there as well. You can see our cars here now getting ready to come into this turn 8-9 sweeper section. Pace car is going to have the lights off. We'll come down here, and we will get this thing underway very, very quickly here. Here they come. Here's our pace car coming on the pit lane. We'll see if our starter likes what he sees, and if he does, the green flag will fly, and we will be racing here at Willow Springs. Had one wave off yesterday, and it may happen again. Nope, green flag is in the air, and we are racing here at Willow Springs. Look at those cars. We've got 23 of them planning to go through. Here they come into turn 1 for the first time here. It's a left-hander, really high-speed left-hander going into turn 1. There are all of those cars. No issues so far. Then you've got a coming into turn 2, little short shoot there between turn 1 and turn 2. Then comes the uphill section. Turn 3 is a little right-hand bend as they come up to the turn 4 section here. There's turn 3. You don't really see on the camera how banked turn 3 is as it gets into turn 4. Now that run down through past turn 5 up to turn 6 here. We'll see him pop over the hill. Once we get through the first lap here, I'll give you the initial early running order here. And there is Shaky Cam. I'm going to call this Shaky Cam for the rest of the weekend. Turn 7 is big. There's nothing to block the wind in this section, and this camera's up pretty high. And now here comes our first lap is going to be complete here pretty quickly. Here comes your racers now, down for the first time. Ayed Al-Najjar, again, your race leader, followed by Serge Sigdamoglu, followed by Maury Gentile, Michael Shirley, Thomas Esbeck. That's your top 5. Then you've got Edward Schwartz, Ahmad Al-Najjar, John Anderson, Brad Long, Mike Thomas. That rounds out the top 10 here at the end of lap number 1. The DTM cars, of course, those are famous for their basically touring car-esque races in Europe back in the day. Lots of BMWs in that class. Here, the DTM class is filled mostly with BMWs. There's 3 off the top, and guess what? They are BMWs. Al-Najjar is in a 96 BMW M3. Serge Sigdamoglu is in a 2004 M3. Maury Gentile also in a DTM. That's a BMW 330. That's a 2001. And so all of the DTMs here look like they are BMWs. Already moving through. These cars are making hay here on this racetrack. Not a long lap here at Willow Springs, but absolutely fun as can be. And here they come now. Down past the start-finish line, up the hill. Basically, it is completely uphill all the way from turn 1. Flattens out a little bit through turn 2, and then it does, then after they come through this turn 2 sweeper, it is basically an uphill all the way to the top of turn 4.
Where is he? Oh. Hang on, he hasn't come by yet. I know he hasn't. There he is.
You can see them out in the distance there as they come through the exit of 2, up the hill from 3. My favorite shot here on the racetrack, this turn 4 camera. Beautiful pictures here. That is Al-Najjar, followed by Sigdamoglu. Serge, I will work to figure out how exactly to pronounce your name before our next event. Already a big gap. Last time by, Al-Najjar had a 1.5 second lead over second place. I can tell you right now that that lead is going to be much, much larger here at the end of lap number 3 here. Moving right through into our viewpoint once again. Already catching a slower car. That car probably had some issues here as it came onto pit lane right away. At the line this time by, it is going to be, it says 1.5 second gap. I don't believe it. I believe that is a bigger gap at this point in time. Yeah.
Oh, he's not coming out.
Looking to see if there's any closer battles. The battle for 4th and 5th right now is pretty close. Let's see if I can pick that one up for a second. Here it is, just crossing the line. That is Mike Thomas and Ahmad Al-Najjar. And then right behind them is Michael Shirley. That's probably the closest battle right now, and as you can see, it's not even all that close. There is our race leader again, Ayed Al-Najjar. Now you might see the second place car, that is the Sigdamoglu car, is you might see the headlights flashing a little bit. He is not flashing his headlights to get around. You can tell on our cameras sometimes with the shutter speed that we have some issues, or not some issues, but we see a headlight flicker. And it's really not headlight flicker. It is more of just the way that the shutter works with the LED lights. So that's the situation there. In the chat is Duroso. Happy to have you here. My race data. He is on a lot of our broadcasts on an even different series. Thanks for coming over and checking us out. Yes, it says looks windy. It is absolutely windy here. Now your race leader's starting to catch some slower traffic here as they come up over the hill at 4, and then that long downhill section. Actually, it's a short downhill section. It's deceptive of how long it takes you to get to the top of 4, and then it's the long, or the short, quick downhill kind of roller coastery section as they come down towards turn number 6 here. And then, yes, there is the wind there. Can't do anything about that at this point in time. Apparently, one of the drivers has went off at turn 8, kicked up a bunch of dust onto the racetrack. So we will, corner workers will keep an eye on that situation to see if everyone's getting through that okay. If anybody has watched our coverage from Southern California races here on the Racing Network, you will know that dust is a common denominator on all of our racetracks out here. A lot of them are in the deserty or drier areas. And both here at Willow Springs and at Buttonwillow, there are issues with that. Now we're hearing reports that the 56 car of Richard Herrera, that is a GTO Ford Falcon from 1962. Possibly some smoke coming from that car. So top 5 right now: Ayed Al-Najjar, Serge Sigmundolu, Mike Thomas, Ahmad Al-Najjar, and Maury Gentile. That's your top 5 right now here.
I draw a line. I don't. Surprised Bob's staying back so far. Yeah.
Two races today before lunch. That will be this race, Big Bore, and then Formula Ford. Great battle yesterday in Formula Ford, so we will keep an eye on that. We are at the halfway point here at Willow Springs of this Big Bore group. So for the moment, let's go back and give a full field rundown here as we go and hit our halfway point. Your race leader right now, Ayed Al-Najjar, in the DTM BMW, followed by Serge Sigmundolu. Then Mike Thomas, Ahmed Al-Najjar, Maury Gentile. That's your top 5. 6 through 10, you've got Michael Shirley, Brad Long, John Anderson, Thomas Elbeck. That's top 10. Now we've got 11 through 15, Adam Goodrich, Rich Herrera, John DeLauro, Ron Hurst, and Joe Biglione. 16 through 20, Robert Kelly, Brian Pitt, Randy Roberts, Devereux Landock, Jay Perilli, Dale Erickson's 22nd, and then we also have Anthony Mork out there. Adam Coda, I know he's on the racetrack, but he does not have a transponder, so I can't tell you where he is right now. Needs to get a transponder in that car so we can talk about him in the right spot on the racetrack here. So that is your top 10. That is your full field rundown here at the halfway point. This is the Big Bore race at the VARA High Desert Challenge. I'm Brian Belansky here, bringing you the race coverage today on the Racing Network. Real happy to have VARA bring us on board for this race weekend. Hope everybody at home is enjoying the show. Go Pantera, Roy Reinbold in the chat. Which one is the Pantera? That would be Dale Erickson in the 1972 Pantera di Tommaso. He is right now in 22nd place. Here they pop here, coming up over the hill. That is one of the Corvettes in this group. I believe that one is Shirley Michael. See if we can pick up our race leader here.
Let me do this lap, Rick, and I'll help you. Okay.
I'm pretty certain that was... Yeah, I'm pretty certain that was our race leader, Ayad Al-Najjar, there coming up. That's your second place car of Serge Sigmundu.
Let me finish this now. As soon as 39 comes around again, because she's doing okay, so I don't need to.
And there is your race leader coming through again here. Ayad Al-Najjar here coming across the line. Coming over the hill through turn 1 here.
You were good. Car 5 was fine. It was 1-9. Yeah, you're good.
Not a whole lot of close racing on the racetrack at the moment. Not any particular battles that I want to try to highlight. Oh, big changes, though. Ahmed Al-Najjar in the number 298 car has jumped into third place. Michael Shirley and Mike Thomas have dropped down to 4th and 5th. We've got car number 269. All right, that's just hearing the Adam Corda car pulled off the racetrack early in the session, so he is no longer out there. There is second and maybe third place also. That could be second and third place, both the Sigmundulu and the Al-Najjar car. Also out of this race at the moment, Anthony Mork in the 44 car. Both those cars no longer on the racetrack. I'm going to sit right here on this camera so you can pick out your favorite car there. Isabella Romero in the chat says, go Shirley Co. Racing in the 55 car. That's that Chevy Camaro I was talking about just a little bit ago. Actually, that might have been the Corvette. I don't know. Well, anyway, Shirley's got her fan club out there. That's awesome. There's your race leader, Ahmed Al-Najjar, coming through. Then it's a good run back here to second place. The gap last time by was 1.5 seconds. The gaps on this are seemingly a little funky-dunky. I think it's a bigger gap than the timing and scoring is showing, but maybe I'm wrong. The loop here this weekend has been a little interesting, to say the least. So we're only able to give you the information that we can get from the timing loops. So, of course, this Willow Springs under new ownership starting tomorrow. So this is the last race here at Willow Springs under the Huth family control of this. And of course, Bill Huth and the family have owned this track for a very, very long time. From the beginning, honestly. Family owned since 1972, established in 1953. So I want to take a moment here to shout out to the Huth family and thank them for being stewards of motorsports and road racing in Southern California for 72 years. New ownership comes in tomorrow, so we'll be hopefully going to have an opportunity to have them on a podcast, on our Inside the SCCA podcast, talk about the future of Willow Springs as well. Should be coming up on last 2 laps to go here pretty quick. Anna Shirley also rooting for Michael Shirley. I had the name flip-flopped. It's not Shirley Michael, it's Michael Shirley. There we go. Isabella Romero and Anna Shirley rooting for Michael Shirley in the 55 Camaro, the number 55 Camaro. That's a 2017 Camaro. There we go. Ayad Al-Najjar, Serge Sigmundulu, a 24-second lead between. Helps when you put it on the right format. So in this particular case, it was Brian's error when I had the time, when I was saying that the gaps were wrong. That's my fault. There is your race leader there going through turn 5. We'll catch him as he comes up over the hill here. But he has a 24-second lead over second place. 3 DTM cars in the top 3 right now. Al-Najjar, Sigmundulu, and Al-Najjar all in the top 5. I'm wondering if the Al-Najjar and Al-Najjar are the same, are related, and it's just spelled wrong on my sheet here. It's only 1 letter difference, so maybe they are all related, which wouldn't surprise me for a second. Both running DTMs, both running BMWs. And 2 laps to go. Here is your leader coming through turn 1 for the second to last time. Next time he goes through, he will get the white flag here. We're going to follow him around for a couple laps because this is going to be, if he holds on, back-to-back wins here at Willow Springs for Ayad Al-Najjar. Up the hill from 3, heading to turn number 4 here. Our broadcast booth here is in with timing and scoring and registration, so sometimes you're going to hear some background noise. Apologies for that, but we're doing the best that we possibly can here as far as that goes. But here comes Al-Najjar down the hill towards turn 6 for the second to last time. We'll see him pop over the hill here. Nobody close behind him. 27-second lead back to second place. And he is moving right there so quickly here. Good and perfect racing. Great racing all go. Lots of Mike Shirley fans in. Oops, wrong button. We'll go to this one. We'll see the white flag go in the air here in just a second. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for Ayad Al-Najjar. 2.5 miles away from back-to-back wins at Willow Springs. No one in front, no one in back. All he has to do is negotiate the next 8 corners, and you will have back-to-back winners in our big bore race here. Coming now through turn 2, that is Al-Najjar. No one around him. It's like a Sunday drive to a second trophy and a second podium finish here at Willow Springs. Up the hill now, coming towards turn 4. He does have a bunch of slower cars here to negotiate. He'll probably catch them maybe going down the back straight, which would be the best of all those worlds. But he doesn't have anybody pressuring him behind him, so he can take his time getting around them, or even not even get around him. He can just not worry about any of that there. He could follow those cars to the finish line and still have nothing to worry about at all. Coming up over the hill, he's gotten around one of the cars. He'll try to get around the rest here as he goes through. He's the second car there, going around one more slower car before he goes into turn 8. We will see them come out of turn 9 here. He should be, I believe, the second car in line. No, here he comes. White flag for that Corvette. At some point here, very soon, you're going to see the checkered flag go in the air. There it is. Checkered flag is in the air for Ayad Al-Najjar. He is your race winner here at the VARA High Desert Challenge Big Bore Race. Great weekend for him. Back-to-back victories. Looks like second place crossing the line just now is Serge Sigdemoglu. Third place, Ahmad Al-Najjar. Fourth place, waiting for him to cross the line, should be Maury Gentile, also in a DTM car. First 4 cars, DTMs. There he is, Michael Shirley coming across the line for the Michael Shirley fan club. All the folks out here rooting him on. PC Bennett, Paul McLaughlin, Anna Shirley, Isabella Romero. Good news for them. Then you've got Mike Thomas, Edward Schwartz, Thomas Esbeck, Brad Long, John Anderson. That's your top 10. Going through 11 through 20, Ron Hurst, Adam Goodrich, Joe Biglione, John DeLauro, Robert Kelly, Randy Roberts, Jay Perilli, Richard Herrera, Devereaux Landock, and Dale Erickson. Brian Pitt, no, not Brad Pitt, folks, Brian Pitt, only got in 3 laps. So that's how they finish here for race group number 1, Big Bore. Coming up next, we have our Formula Ford group. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back for that. Stay with us. All right, welcome back here to Willow Springs International Raceway, the VARA High Desert Challenge. I'm Brian Polanski, and this is the Racing Network with coverage of VARA's races here this weekend at Willow Springs. Up next right now, we have got the folks here from Formula Ford. And it is a great group of Formula Fords here this weekend. Let's go over our starting lineup. Starting in row 6 on the inside, you've got Brian Ginter. On the outside is Alfredo Pera on row 5. On the outside, you've got Rene Jimenez. On the inside, David Ballantine. Row number 4, Wayne Gross on the inside. Matt Kelly is starting on the outside of row number 4. Now we've got row number 3, John Puccini on the outside and Larry Hayashikawa on the inside of row number 3. Row number 2, Kim Madrid is on the outside of row number 2, and Eric Inkrot. Kim Madrid had a great battle yesterday with Dennis Firestone. If you didn't get a chance to see that, go back after the coverage of today's racing is over. Don't switch now, but go check out that battle yesterday. We followed it for several laps in yesterday's Formula Ford race, so fantastic job there. I don't see Dennis Firestone on the list this morning, so maybe he was out for just one day yesterday. And then your front row for this race, on the outside of row number 1, is Bob Hatley in the 1984 Swift DB1. Your pole sitter, winner from yesterday, is going to be Todd Strong in the number 16 car. That is a 1971 Ford Titan. Here is your field as they come up through and over the hill here into turn 4, and then you'll see them heading down through turn 5. Our Formula 4 race, let me switch over our graphic. Let's get that done real quick. Got to make sure we do that. Good to go. There we go. Let me make sure everything is set here. Yes. So let's switch this to this. Got a couple things we're trying to get going here. A little bit of reconfigure action here. All right, our Formula Ford race to you this weekend, brought to you by RacingVintageCars.com. It's a website dedicated to all things vintage racing. Great info for people just getting started in vintage racing and those who might have decades of experience. Check them out at RacingVintageCars.com. Also want to mention here, let's go to this one. Last race, the Big Bore race, was brought to you by Tom Malloy and his new book, Malloy. Tom is a longtime VARA supporter. Published a great book this year talking about his journey in motorsports. It's really an amazing book. It's a big coffee table book. And again, check out that. Thanks a lot to Tom Malloy for being part of our coverage this weekend. We really, really appreciate that. Can't do this stuff here without the people and the sponsors who help do that. And the good people at VARA did a great job of getting folks out here to help us bring you this coverage today. So thank them all. Go buy Tom's book. Check out VintageRacingCars.com. Here comes your field now. Down the first time towards the start stand, looking really good. See if green flag is in the air. Green flag flies, and we are racing here at Willow Springs. Here they come across the line, and you can see them now coming up towards turn 1. Well, you can actually see the cloud come over the camera at this point in time, and there are all of your Formula Fords coming out of 1, now down towards turn 2, still side by side now. It looks like they're going single file. A little side by side action in the back of the pack as they come up now over the hill into turn 3. Not quite sure which car jumped out to the early lead, although in my suspicions would be it's Todd Strong, because he did the same thing yesterday. I'll know more when he comes through this vision. Yeah, that is absolutely that Ford Titan, that 1971 MK6 Titan. That's a gorgeous race car. If you're here at the racetrack, stop by and check it out. That is one of the awesome parts about vintage racing, is basically you've got the track action on the track and a car show in the paddock. So very, very good stuff here. There is Strong heading down 6. As you can see, very, very windy this weekend here at Willow Springs. My suspicion is you say that pretty much every weekend at Willow Springs. Wind blowing hard, shaking our camera there. I put it on a more stable platform today than I had it yesterday, and it's still pretty shaky. So to come up with a solution for those cameras on the back straight. All right, here comes our leader for the first time past the start-finish line here. And as I said earlier, it is Todd Strong putting out a 1:31.912 lap. Then Bob Hatley, followed by Eric Inkret, Kim Madrid, Larry Hayashigawa, Tom Puccini, Wayne Gross, David Ballantyne, and Mike Kelly, Brian Ginter. That is your top 10 at this point. All right. Sydney Strong in the chat, rooting for Todd Strong. That makes sense. Well, you should be happy at the moment. Already after one lap, Todd Strong with a 1.4 second lead here. Coming down here. As they get through this section here, you can see how windy it is. This is one group, actually, where the wind might have an effect on these little tiny Formula Fords. The bigger sedans, wind's not such a big problem, but you can get bounced around a little bit here in these tiny Formula cars. So it doesn't seem to be affecting Todd Strong at all as he comes across the line, this time extending his lead to 3.2 seconds here.
You look at the results.
No big issues for him at all here. This is very similar to his run yesterday. Todd Strong was the flag-to-flag race winner in the Saturday races, and trying to do a repeat performance here in the second race of the weekend, final race of the weekend for the Formula Fords here. Up over the hill. Definitely some gaps already built up. There is Strong, and there is the gap back to second place. Eric Inkret, who's trying to hang on to that leader. Tough for him to do, though. That Todd Strong car absolutely hooked up here. Up over the hill at 6. And down the hill, or it is actually a little downhill, but it's really pretty much a straightaway here, down to turn 8, 9, that big sweeper. 074, the 74 car of Alfredo Parra. He has ended his day, gone behind the pit wall and back into the paddock. Once you go into the paddock, your day is done. Here he comes. That is Todd Strong there right along. Let's go see who else we can see here. Actually, once we get to turn 4, I will stop switching and let all of the cars go by so that you can see them and pick out your favorite driver there. Christoph Jansen, 3 cars missing today. I'm not sure which 3, but I'll take your word for it. Race leader coming up towards turn 3 and 4 again. There's turn 4. Camera I've got marked as turn 2 is actually between 2 and 3. Didn't know exactly which way to label that one, so I should call it turn 2.5. Watching our entire field come through here, giving you an opportunity to find your favorite driver and wave high as he or she goes by on the stream. Last lap, Todd Strong put down his fastest lap of the day, a 1:29.253, minute 29.253 seconds. That is a very, very good lap. After this, we're going to have about an hour and a half break. We've got a track day session and then lunch here for us at the racetrack. And it is 2 races before lunch, and then we have 4 races after lunch. You got a car going really slow here. That's car number 3, I'm told, Brian Ginter. So they're covering that car with a white flag. White flag in vintage racing, and this form of racing means 2 things. They show it at the end of the last lap at the start stand. But that car has now pulled off the racetrack. Yeah, that car is pulled off the racetrack between 7, right around turn 7. Anyway, in the SEC, in vintage racing and most road racing in the U.S., the white flag has 2 meanings. First off, they show it at the start-finish line at the 1 lap to go, which is pretty traditional. We also use the white flag to tell drivers that there's a slower car or any kind of vehicle, could be a car, could be an emergency vehicle, on the racetrack that the upcoming drivers need to pay attention to so they don't run into them. So that car is pulled off. They'll probably leave it there till the end of the race. Trying to see. Think you'll see coming out of the pit lane right now is an emergency vehicle. That vehicle's going to head down to turn 7 just to kind of hang out with that driver to make sure they're okay until the end of the race. Looking for a nice little gap there, and he's going to actually cross over the track. You can get to turn 7 through the infield and not have to be on the racetrack, so that is what they are doing to just check out that track. Here's your race leader, Todd Strong, coming up over the hill here. Right behind him is Eric Inkret. Actually, Eric Inkret's doing a pretty good job of keeping pace here. Only 3.19 seconds between the 2 cars, and that is interesting because yesterday Todd Strong just drove away from the field. Not happening today, so that's pretty cool. Inkret's actually going a little faster than the 16 car. So that number 9 car, the Eric Inkret car, is making pace here pretty good and able to start to catch Todd Strong. We'll see if Todd Strong has anything to be able to step it up a little bit, but if he doesn't, Inkret's going to be right behind Strong very, very quickly. We are at the halfway point here. Let me see. Pick up our leader here coming through turn 3. Once he gets up to turn 4, I will give you your full field rundown here at the halfway point. Go. Should be getting Todd Strong here in just a second. Getting a little cell phone funkiness here. Our cameras are sent to us via cell phone, so let's go through our full field rundown here at the halfway point. It is in first place Todd Strong with a 2.5 second lead over Eric Inkret. Then you've got Bob Hatley in third, followed by Kim Madrid, Larry Hashigawa in fifth, Wayne Gross, David Ballantyne, John Peretti, that's 6, 7, and 8. Ninth place is Matt Kelly. 10th is Rene Jimenez. And then Brian Ginter and Alfredo Pera, they are 11th and 12th, but no longer on the racetrack. So that's how they stand right now at the halfway point here of this 20-minute race. There is your leader, Todd Strong, now widening the gap a little bit over the second place car. He has stepped it up a little bit, is now 2.7 seconds, so a little bit faster that time by about 0.2 of a second over the second place car. And you can actually see on the cameras there that the gap between first and second widened just a tiny bit. So I think Todd Strong knew that, could tell, or maybe he's got a radio and his crew has told him that third place car is catching, or the second place car is catching up, so he's able to step it up just a tiny bit here. But Todd Strong went a little bit faster, but Eric Inquit put down his personal best of the day on that last lap, a 1:30.096. So he was definitely doing his best to try to catch those cars. Now they're going to have to go slower now as the tow comes around from with that car that was off in the grass there. I believe that was the 7 car. Let's look here. Yeah, I think that's the Brian Ginter car. This Formula Ford race brought to you by RacingVintageCars.com. It's a website dedicated to all things vintage racing. Great info for people just getting into vintage racing. Also for people who've been in it for decades. Lots of good stuff on there. I was taking a look at it last night. RacingVintageCars.com is the website, so check them out and thank them for helping us bring you this coverage here of the VARA races from Willow Springs. Your top 5 right now: Strong, Inkrit, Hatley, Madrid, and Hayashikawa. That is how they stand right here. Next time by, we should be getting 2 laps to go from race control. We'll listen for that. They'll usually tell us that on the radios. Our EV is no longer on the racetrack, so everybody should be green flag around the racetrack now. Nice little group of cars coming up here through turn 4. As I said in the last race, it's hard to describe the amount of banking in turn 3, which can catch people off because you can go faster through turn 3 than you expect, and then you get to turn 4 when you really got to woe it down. And I've seen cars go off at turn 4 misjudging that little section of the racetrack. So very interesting there to see people negotiate that era there.
I didn't see it. That's how fast he went. What? He went 5. I barely caught it. Well, I got 5 at the previous lap.
There is your race for the lead here, and it has closed the gap again. Eric Inkrit puts in a lap almost a full second faster than Todd Strong. Todd Strong's got to keep an eye on his rearview mirrors because that 9 car is coming fast. It's a bit of a seesaw kind of effort, an accordion effort, if you will. Inkrit seems to catch up, and then Strong has a lap or 2 that's pretty good and is able to pull back away again. So here they come around through turn 9. You'll see them off in the distance. That first car, Todd Strong. Second car, Eric Inkrit. And it looks like Strong has opened the gap up just a little bit again. So here they come down towards the start-finish line. Let's see what the gap is this time. The gap has widened, just like I suspected. 2.2 seconds now. Todd Strong put in his fastest lap of the day, going purple, with a 128.864. That's what he did there. And you could see, even on this camera, that the gap has widened just a little bit. So it went from just under a second to over 2 seconds, now 2.2 seconds between Strong and Inkrit. Kind of feels like Todd Strong's just toying with him right now. Probably knows he's got more in the car. Doesn't need to use it. Every couple of laps he puts in a burner to get that gap opened up again. And then Eric Inkrit's got to try to catch him. That's got to be so frustrating for the 9 car to kind of that little carrot up at the front is getting closer and closer, and then it pulls away a little bit more. So that is got to be hard to see that happening. But he's trying hard, that number 9 car, Eric Inkrit, to catch up as much as he possibly can. But again, that gap now widening. There they are now coming through that first car. Todd Strong. That is a Formula Ford 1971 Ford Titan MK6. Your second place call is Eric Inkrit. That is a 1979 Crosley 35F. So lots of cool cars out here this weekend. All right. Next time by, we're going to get the white flag for Todd Strong, as long as he can keep it between the white lines here. Up over the hill, waiting for those cars to get to us here. And there he is, Todd Strong. That is the blue and white Ford Titan. A little bit further back, and the gap widening, Eric Inkrit. Now this last lap, it was a 3.1 second gap between first and second place. Strong's ending this race strong. Chris Quinteros in the chat. Go Grandma Kim. He's rooting for Kim Madrid, who's currently in fifth place right now. There are your lead two cars. They're going to come around the track at this point in time. Be one lap to go next time by. We will see him coming into our view very shortly here. There he is. White flag will be in the air once he gets to the start stand. There it is. We have one lap to go. Todd Strong trying to make it back-to-back wins here at Willow Springs. Eric Inkrit would rather that not happen, but I don't know that he's going to have much of a chance at this point. That gap even wider now, 3.895 seconds. Strong saying, I am going to take this win. I'm going to take it with authority, and that is the situation as it stands right now. Your leaders coming up now over the hill. First car is Todd Strong. Second car coming over the hill. That is Eric Inkrit. Nothing doing though. Not enough in that in that 79 Crosley to catch that Ford Titan. Down the hill towards turn 5. Through 5 up towards 6. There we go. And there is your leader now down the backstretch for the final time of the weekend. Here he comes through turn 9 for the final time. Starter has the checkered flag in the air, and it is waving for Todd Strong. Todd Strong back-to-back wins at Willow Springs in the VARA High Desert Challenge. Second place is Eric Inkrit with a 4.4 second gap, and then waiting for our third place car to cross the line, it should be Bob Hatley. Waiting for that car. Here it comes. Cross the line. And it is indeed Bob Hatley, your third place car. Rounding out the top, the 10 cars on the racetrack right now. We will go through this field. This is, of course, the provisional finishing order. Fourth place, Larry Hayashikawa. Fifth place, Kim Madrid. Sixth place, David Ballantine. Wayne Gross, John Puccini in 8th, Matt Kelly in 9th, Rene Jimenez in 10th. And your 11th and 12th place cars did not finish the race. Brian Ginter and Alfredo Pera. That's the way it ends here for Formula Ford. We've got about an hour and a half break. When we come back, we will have our third race of the day. That's our B Sedan L, GTU, C Prod. That's what's up next. That should start right around 1:25 p.m. Pacific time. So stay with us, folks. We'll be back then to bring you the rest of the 8 racing action. You are watching the VARA High Desert Challenge from Willow Springs International Raceway on the Racing Network. I'm Brian Belansky. Be back in a bit. All right, we are back here racing at Willow Springs for the VARA High Desert Challenge. I'm Brian Belansky here on the Racing Network. Let's go through our starting lineup for this race 3 of the day. Starting on the 10th row, Anthony Rodino on the inside, Richard Griffith on the outside. Row number 9 on the inside, you've got Kerry Facer, and on the outside, Jake Asar. Row number 8 is Eric Brown and Savant Young. Row number 7, you've got Kyle Breslow and William Bowman. Row number 6 is Dennis White on the inside, Mike Stebbin on the outside. Now to row number 5, Jonathan Ornstein on the inside, and Daniel Vargas on the outside. Moving on to row number 4, Fabrizio Ramizzi in the inside of row number 4, and Ken Blasco in the outside of row number 4. Then you've got row number 3, Steve Link on the inside, Val Asensio will start on the outside of row number 3. Now to row number 2, Brandon Drazy on the inside, Nick Clements on the outside of row number 2. Now to your front row. On the outside, Dave Hartel. And on the inside of row number 1 is going to be your pole sitter, Rob Bellevue. He is in a 1970 Datsun 240Z. That's how they're going to start here for the for our third race of the weekend here as we get ready to get started here. I am going to bring up, I think we have time. Yep. We've got, we're going to throw up our track map here, and it is presented. Let's see where we go. Sorry about that. There's what it looks like here for, wrong button. There we go. Let's stop that. There we go. 2.5 miles, 9 turns, asphalt, first race, 1953. This was the first permanent road course in the United States. Larry Mason is here with us today. Larry is part of Fast Lane Racing School. You've got a bunch of laps here. Tell us just a little bit about a lap here at Willow Springs.
Well, they don't call this the fastest road in the West for nothing, right? So,
exactly.
Fastest road racing track west of the Mississippi River. This is a phenomenal racetrack. It's been here, like you said, since '53. Pretty standard fare. I mean, they haven't done much changes to it. It got repaved a little bit not too long ago. They widened the track probably 20 or 30 years ago. Turn 1, very high speed going in there, but there is an incline going into turn 1, so you can leave your braking pretty late.
Right.
The problem is in the afternoon when the sun starts going down, you exit turn 1. The sun is in your eye all the way to turn number 2. Turn 2, a high-speed uphill, long right-hander. Turn 3, very tight. The 3-4-5 complex is very challenging.
Turn 3 is interesting. You don't realize how much banking is on turn 3 till you get there in a car, and you can go through 3 faster than you think.
Do me a favor, Mary's got a tape.
Yep, that's fine.
I can't have a lot of noise.
Well, we slipped. So there's a lot of banking there, and you can kind of overcook yourself going into 4 because you can go through 3 faster than you think you can.
Yeah, there's a lot of uphill, and here they come. Pace car is off, heading towards start-finish.
And we will see them coming up. If the starter likes what they see, they will throw the green flag, and let's see. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. We are racing 2 and 3 wide going through this part of the field here as they run down towards turn 1 for the first time. Look at all of those cars going through turn 1. No issues at all so far as they come through 1. Looks like pretty clean.
That's always a good sign. If you make it through 1, that's a good sign.
It is a good sign. The telltale sign out here in Southern California is if you see dust. Mm-hmm. That's how you know something's gone bad.
Yeah, usually turn 2, the exit of 2 shouldn't be an issue, but coming into 3, that's where people get a little bit frisky trying to make that move.
And things are starting to get sorted out. Pretty much single file for the first few cars as they come up now through 3 and up the hill now towards turn 4. This is one of my favorite little sections of racetrack anywhere in the world, I'll be honest with you. This up the hill 3-4-5 is just a spectacular corner complex.
And this is a critical corner as you're heading into turn number 5. At the bottom of that hill, you're transferring weight from the left rear to left front to right rear. So you're really moving the weight all around the car, and you have to get off that well to get down that long back straightaway. You can see the wind really blowing today, this afternoon, and You have to be careful, too, on this track because you can literally get blown off the track by a gust of wind.
Yeah, it's more on the smaller cars, though, right? The bigger cars usually negotiate the wind a little bit better.
True, true.
Yeah.
But even a car with downforce, you can still get moved off because if you're trying to go to the edge of the track, that can be an issue.
Sure. And you can see already with a pretty decent lead is Dave Hartel. He is in the GTU car. That is a 1971 Datsun 240Z. He's already opened up a 4.4 second lead on the field here. That's the rest of the field. Hartel not even in the picture. You'll see him come up over the hill. The first car is Hartel. Now look how far back, Larry, to get that second car to come out into our view here.
Yeah, but it looks like they're side by side all the way through 2 heading into 3.
Yep. Yeah, that silver Nissan I was looking at earlier, just a beautiful little race car for a car that's 50 years old. I shouldn't say that because that car's as old as I am almost.
Stunning. It's stunning paint job on that car.
And he clearly is not driving slowly.
No, sir, he's not. No, he's doing a great job. Got it out in front.
It's interesting because, a lot of people think vintage racing is kind of just like a parade of cars, but a lot of these guys are out here really driving hard.
You get a big variation in experience levels, and a lot of former pros will be out here too. So you never know who's behind the wheel.
Exactly. And here he comes now through 9.
He's driving a little bit conservative. You can see that he's leaving some room at the exit of the track there. Had a BMW go off there earlier, made a big mess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always interesting to see how hard some of these guys drive their cars. A couple of them will come out and be real conservative because they don't want to mess up their pride and joy, but a lot of them are out here driving pretty hard these days. The one thing you don't see is any contact in this type of racing. Lots of problems for people if they do that.
So we've got somebody coming into the pits, which was Fabrizio.
Okay.
In the Alfa Romeo, that boxy-looking Alfa Romeo, the 4-door, which he had qualified quite good. And unfortunately, he's in the pits right now. From what he tells me, I talked to him earlier, that car actually has basically the same running gear as the smaller 2-door coupe.
Right.
And so he just wanted to build something different. So he built it a couple of years ago, and here he is. But
sure.
Shame to see him having a problem early on, but he's there sitting on pit lane as we speak.
Yeah. You do get some of that in vintage racing because some of these cars are, 40, 50 years old, and things happen. All right. Here they come now, back through onto the main straight. Last time by, the gap was 5.9 seconds between your leader and the second-place car of Rob Bellevue. We'll see what it is this time by. It is now 4.8 seconds, so about the same as last time. Your top 5 right now after our first few laps is Dave Hartel, Rob Bellevue, Nick Clements, Brandon Drazy, and Val Asensio.
And here's a battle he's drafting. He's trying to get by into turn number 1, the Mazda RX-7.
Yeah, it looks like he's popping out to try to go around that Datsun. And we will see if he makes the pass here. You will see the pass is absolutely done here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that rotary power is nice.
Yes,
they don't seem to run out of revs.
No. And you need your earplugs.
True.
Absolutely need your earplugs. And here you will see this is the result of that pass we were looking at earlier as they were going down the main straight. There is that probably late 70s, early 80s RX-7. Ooh, there's a camera lockup. Ooh, a couple camera lockups. And let's check. Every once in a while we get a little network lockup here, and there we go.
So unfortunately for Fabrizio Remici,
Yes.
he is out of the race. He's pulled behind the wall.
Okay.
Good news for Kyle Breslow, former student of Fastlane.
Oh, okay.
He has just moved into a podium position in 3rd place. So
There you go.
He came by and talked to us earlier in the garage and gave him a few pointers. Hopefully it's working out for him.
Absolutely. Rob Bellevue, the 2nd place car, just went purple with a fast lap of 1:32.3. That was 3 seconds a lap faster than the leader, Dave Hartel. So that gap now down to 2 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Looking for them. They're on the back straight right now. Let's see if we can find them here. There they are. And it looks like Bellevue's trying to get to the point where he's close enough to get around that car.
Yep, and they're heading into they're in 8 now. They're heading to 9.
And we will see them right there coming up on our screen there. And it is nose to tail. Bellevue right behind Hartel as they come around now. We'll see if he can make the pass stick here, or be close enough to actually try to make the pass. Here they are.
Two
Still
beautiful Z cars.
Exactly. Still a few car lengths back. Not able to get it done here. Will he try to pop out going into turn 1? Still not quite close enough. Probably 4 car lengths, maybe 3 car lengths between those two.
But he did close the gap significantly under braking into 1, so
Yep,
he's on it.
2 more seconds a lap faster this time by.
Sometimes you have issues in qualifying and you don't show a representative speed, so that may have been the case with Bellevue.
Right.
Again, another gorgeous Z car.
There's plenty of those out here this weekend.
Still 2nd out of turn 2. Look at him coming up the hill to the Budweiser balcony here in turn 3 and 4. So a couple of things he can do here. He can take his braking back a little earlier and work on better exit speed and carry that into turn 8.
Right.
As they head into turn number 9, he might pop to make the move. Let's see if he can be in the draft enough to do so. And if not, I bet you next time by going into 1, he's going to try it. But they're extremely close.
Here they come now. You'll see them coming into our view. Just there they are.
And
right
he made
there.
the pass. Bellevue into the lead.
He has made the pass going into turn 8. And look at how much of a gap he's already opened up. It's 3 or 4 car lengths right here.
Yeah, but I don't think Hartel is happy about that, and I think he wants to get that position back.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out if he has what it needs to at least stick with him right now. So far, he hasn't been able to make too much of a move after getting around him. Still about the same distance between those 2 cars. Looks like it's opening up just a tiny bit. Car 49, Steve Link, is going to end up having to come off the track and have a discussion with the stewards. It sounds like there was a little bit of contact somewhere on the racetrack, and well, there's a car getting out of the way of the leaders. Really nice job. I don't know who is in that red. That looks like a Volvo or a BMW 2002. Real nice job of staying out of the way there.
I was going to say, they're going to hit lap traffic here pretty soon. They still have another one they're going to get maybe by turn 9. They got one on the back straightaway, a yellow car. I think maybe another 2002.
Well, and as is often the case with lap traffic, you get the leader gets a really good blue flag typically. The second car by doesn't always get that kind of a luxury. So,
well, I'll tell you right now, as you watch the cars coming out of turn 9, look at how far
that's
they
already
get out.
We'll get a read here in just a second when they cross the line. Right now, the lead is gone to 0.5 seconds, although it seems like it's a little bigger than that.
Traffic just a wee bit better for Bellevue that time.
Definitely.
But he's driving it, too. I mean, the way he's pushing it to the outside of 9, and Hartel, like I said, was a little bit conservative early on. He's pushing it a lot harder, too. So let's see what they can do.
Got a couple of other cars here. I believe that's might be the Brandon Drazy car coming underneath that slower car.
So we have, I mentioned Kyle Breslow earlier.
Uh-huh.
He's actually getting ready to go up to Sears Point or Sonoma Raceway
Right.
and Laguna Seca. So he's using this as a get ready for that kind of a thing.
Sure.
And it's fun to watch these cars because they're such gorgeous cars, and it just brings back a lot of smiles to the people around.
Of course.
To see the variety and color schemes and everything.
As I like to tell people about vintage racing, while it's cool, the racing part of it, it's a car show in the paddock. You get to walk around, you get to get up close, talk to the drivers about their cars. Few people more passionate about their race cars than vintage racers. So,
and that battle that we talked about earlier between the Porsche and the RX-7 is raging on. So that has not let off, and we'll try to get car numbers and names on those two.
that should be, I believe that's Nick Clements in the 1969 Porsche and Brandon Drazy in the newer RX-7. That it is right there just going through our lane. And here they are coming right at us here. So the car in front is the Porsche, and then right behind him is Brandon Drazy. So it's Nick Clements and Brandon
the 89.
Drazy.
Yep. And so that's just going back and forth. The Porsche is in front now, so that would be Nick.
Yep, that would be Nick Clements.
Oh, look at this traffic as they head into 3.
It didn't seem like that traffic really upset the apple cart at all here as they come up over 4, and then there they are coming through 5.
Look at that. Front engine, rear engine, German engineering, Japanese engineering.
Yep. And it looks like, it would look like he was going to try to make a move there, but not quite close enough to get it done. This is a battle for the podium here. 3rd place on the line. Oops, wrong button.
They are absolutely nose to tail in turn number 8. You're going to see, I would guess, a close, as they come out of 9,
Yep.
you watch for a draft.
Yeah, looked a lot closer than it is, actually.
Well, I think a little bit of a mistake there for the Mazda because they were very, very tight coming out of there.
Sure.
And, that could just be a gust of wind, hit you just wrong, or maybe a little bit of air taken off from being so close.
Sure.
We're not talking wings and things here,
Right.
but with the amount of wind that's out there and the high speed in turn number 9, if you get on the front nose underneath the rear of that other car, it can definitely make a difference.
This 3rd race here brought to you by U.S. Fleet Solutions. U.S. Fleet Solutions provides cost-effective fleet solutions for government agencies, small to mid-sized businesses, and enterprise fleets. If you're looking for a way to track your fleet, go to usafleetsolutions.com. Big thank you to them for helping us provide the coverage here of the VARA High Desert Challenge.
So it's still Nick Clemens out in front of the Mazda with the Porsche, but so again, they head into 9. They are nose to tail and side by side. And look at this. He's made the move. So another change between those two positions. The Mazda's out in front. The Porsche was out in front, and here comes a draft by on the front straight. That Porsche's got really good top end, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's got a good pull out of 9, a very, very good pull out of 9. And that might be just gearing a little bit different there, could be.
It's very interesting because that Porsche has a little bit of a baby whale tail, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more of a heavy spoiler. So maybe that's helping him through cornering in 9 to get off of there well. Yet, maybe a little bit more drag, so down the long back straightaway, maybe the Mazda's got the pull there. So it's interesting to see. Like to have a chat with them at the finish to see.
Exactly.
As long as they keep it clean for the rest of the race, they're going to have some fun stories. But look at all this traffic heading into 3 and 4. Oh, he just made it.
Not the spot where you want to hit. If there's any really bad spot to hit traffic, that's it.
Now here's a critical point there at the bottom of 5. So if Brandon can hold back a little bit, he may have a better shot. Oh, that's the worst place you want to pass, at the top. It gets sketchy up there. The car gets really light.
All right, we're 2 laps to go in this race. We're going to get the white flag here next time by for the leader. We are having a good time watching this battle for 3rd place.
So Dracy in the Mazda and Clements in the Porsche.
Yep. And they are still battling it out, although the Porsche's got a little bit better move here, coming out of 9 and has opened up the lead. About just a little over a second.
And they're coming up on lap traffic again, so let's see how they deal with that.
And look at how close they are come together there already.
Wow. So as they head down the back straightaway, where'd we miss him at?
They're coming out of 5 right now, so there they are coming up towards 6 at the moment.
So watch them come across the top of the hill here. That is close enough to have a draft advantage, okay? Porsche in front.
Yep.
Here comes the Mazda.
We're going to see our leader here take the white flag here for... Actually, I think I missed the leader taking the white flag, but we are on our last lap here. Here comes the 2 cars we've been watching here coming at us.
And we got another pass. Remember his Porsche
Yep.
up front with Clements, and now it's Dracy in the Mazda.
Here they come right here now.
And now the Porsche's back again.
That is crazy fun racing that we're seeing here.
So, Brian, where do you want to be going into 9 on the last lap? Because this is it.
I don't know.
This is almost like Indianapolis.
They've gone back and forth, so I think I probably want to be close, but not. I want to be the Porsche in 2nd place because it's got a big pull out of 9.
All right.
That's my thought. But
And you're sticking to it.
for the moment until I change my mind.
All right, so they're heading into turn 3 now, and you'll see them come onto your screen momentarily.
Here they come.
And it's Clements in the Porsche, just in front of Dracy in the Mazda. Nose to tail, the best battle on the track so far.
Yeah.
Look at this. Dracy takes a little bit wider line, filling Clements' mirrors.
All right, we're going to go take a look here at our starter. Checkered flag is coming out for your race winner. That is Rob Bellevue in the air. 2nd place should be Dave Hartel. Let's go back to 9 and see if we can pick up our 3rd place battle.
They're in 8. They're heading to 9 with the Porsche in front and the Mazda trying to go to the inside. He's in the draft. Let's see how it ends up.
This is his last shot to make a move. They'll be coming into our view right now. At the moment, the Mazda is in front.
Checkered
but will
flag
they
is
be
out.
able to hold it? Here they come down the line. The
He's
Porsche with the
alongside.
big pull coming to the line. It is going to be Nick Clemens with the win. Brandon Drazy 2nd. Every once in a while, the blind squirrel finds a nut.
Dude, you called it.
I
well
did.
done.
I did. There was so much pull from that Porsche coming out of turn 9 lap after lap that I just kind of figured that it would have a good opportunity if it was there. So
That was some phenomenal racing. Good, clean, hard racing.
that
Great,
was
great
good
job by
stuff.
both those
Good
guys.
stuff. Going to let a few more cars come across the line, then I'll give you your top 10 here. Got another race coming up. Race group number 4 is actually, we've got a track day session and a worker break. Then we've got a race coming up in just a little bit. So let's go through your top 10 here. Your race winner, Rob Bellevue, is coming through first. Then you've got Dave Hartel. Nick Clemens grabs the last spot on the podium with a last corner pass over Brandon Drazy, who will finish 4th. Valasencio 5th. Steve Link 6th. Jonathan Ornstein 7th. 8th, 9th, and 10th. Daniel Vargas, Ken Blasco, Mike Stebbin. Scrolling down to take a look at 11 through 20, you've got Kyle Breslow, Dennis White, William Bowman, Kerry Facer, Savant Young, Jose Guerrero, Jake Asar, Fabrizio Ramizzi, and Eric Brown. Brooks Leal finishes 20th. Larry, thanks for joining me.
Well, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed it. A couple of special announcements coming up for Group 5.
Yes.
We had the Danny Angaias Formula 5000 car that did not take part in qualifying this morning. They had an oil leak.
Okay.
They have fixed that.
Okay.
So they should be good to go.
Great.
So they're back on. I just got a text. We have a very, very good engineer/aerodynamicist that has come.
Oh, wow.
That is helping Jim Webb this weekend. A gentleman by the name of Paul Glessner.
Okay.
Whose wing design had Al Unser Sr. and Rick Mears finished second and third in the Indianapolis 500, which Al Sr. got penalized a lap for running over an air hose. They later found out that he didn't. He had lost a lap.
Yep, they gave it back.
He made the lap back and finished second. So imagine that. So that guy's
Very
here
cool.
helping Jim today.
And I got a whole bunch of info from Jim Webb about that Indy car that I will share with you during race number 5, so stay tuned for that. We've got a bit of a break here. We'll be back to racing action at 2:40 Eastern, or 2:40 Pacific time, so about 50 minutes from now. So don't go away. We got 3 more races left today. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Willow Springs for the VARA High Desert Challenge. Getting ready for Group 4 coming out right now. We have a big field, so let's get right to our starting lineups here. And that would be, let's go to row number 16 on the outside. David Lambert, next to him, Connor Mulroney. Row number 15, you've got Ken Rodenbush and Richard Griffin. Row number 14 is Tom Grossman and, row 14 is Tom Grossman and Richard Griffin. Row 15 was Ken Rodenbush and Jeff Marks. Row 13 is Judy Gaukel and Steve Marks. Row number 12, you've got Brandy Colombo and Michael Levin. Moving on to row number 11, you've got Patrick Paterni and Mark Allison. Row number 10, Graham Reed and Craig Carter. Row number 9 is Todd Wallace and Richard Moline. Row number 8 on the inside, David Watson and Tony Wilcoxon. Row number 7 is Casey Colombo and Steve Maline. Row number 6, you've got Shelley Heistedt and Penn Pendleton. Now, on row number 5, you've got Steve Figg and Tyler Bendis. Row number 4, Clark Kneisel and Parker Kelly. There were a bunch of Clark Kneisel fans in the chat yesterday. It looks like they've shown up again. Also, Tyler Bendis fans in the chat. They're here as well. Very, very cool. Moving on to row number 3, your top 6, Joe Siam and Denny Heistad. Row number 2 is Kevin Ayers on the inside, Rick Shea on the outside. Now for your pole sitter. It is going to be, or your front row, Jim Bishop on the outside. And on the inside of row number 1, your pole sitter in the 2006 Mazda Miata, that is Tony Grillo. That's how they're going to start here as we get ready for our racing action here. 3 more races left to go this afternoon. This race group is brought to you by, this coverage of this race group is brought to you by The Cream. The Cream is the first biologically alive skincare cream in the world and possibly the most internationally awarded natural healthy skincare product in the global market. 7 international skincare awards. It's good for people of all ages, babies, children, moms and dads, and even pets. Check them all out at thecream.com. There is our big field of cars. Oh, we've got one car smoking in the back there. There they are. Oh, we have camera 9 has had a moment. It has tipped over. That's a little awkward. I don't think I can fix that from up here. I love camera 9. Not quite sure how that happened. Maybe the wind knocked it over. That's quite possible. All right, well, you can see them. There's your pace car coming out of turn 9. Let's go to this camera. Guess we'll be skipping over that for the last 3 races. Here they come now, down for a potential green flag here. If the starter likes what he sees, the green flag will go in the air. And we have ourselves a green flag. We are racing here at Buttonwillow, at Willow Springs. Oops, I got my Willow tracks mixed up. Anyway, Willow Springs here, look at that. 3 wide going into turn 1. Let's see if that works out. All of those small bore race cars heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. We'll see if we see any dust. That is the telltale sign of issues. So far, no dust. Good call. Everybody making it through turn 1 just fine. Now going through turn 2, starting to file out single file. You will see the field here pop up over the hill. Coming up towards turn 3, a big uphill climb, essentially from turn 2 all the way to the top of turn 4, which you will see here in just a second as they come over the top of the hill. Up over the hill, highest point on the racetrack right here. Now they come down the hill towards turn 5. Up, down the hill towards turn 6, up over the little ridge there, and then the rest of the downhill section. A quick, long straightaway run heading down towards that sweeper at turn 9. flat out as far as you could go. I do see some stuff. That must be something just blowing in the wind. There's our shaky, windy camera at turn 7. If there were any camera I thought would have fallen over today, it would have been this one. We will get a giggle here when we look at the turn 9 camera. Oh, no, there is the turn 9 camera. It makes everything look faster at this angle. Anyway, here comes our leaders over the course of the line. Joe Siam takes the early lead here. Kevin Ayers is in second place as they cross the line for the first time. Tony Grillo, third. Denny Heistad is in fourth. Then you've got Clark Kneissel, Rick Shea, Steve Figg, Shelly Heistad, Tyler Bendis, and Penn Pendleton. That is your top 10 after turn 1, or after the first lap.
That's right.
Look at all the crew in the chat right now. Team Kneissel, Chelsea Cresswell, Roseanne Holquist rooting for Kneissel as well. Then you've got Dicero rooting for Tyler Bendis. Matched by Julia's here. Marin Grillo, I know who they're rooting for. That will be Tony Grillo. And Ro Reinbold is a go Kevin, Big Rick, Joe, Denny, Shelley. He likes everybody. He won't care who wins. He's a fan of everybody. And look at the big lead that Joe Siam is already opening up in that GTL car. That is a Elva Courier with a big, big lead here. We'll see them coming out of way off in the distance, and he is coming onto the main straight now. You can see the debris also being blown about the racetrack right now. Big, big wins. There's Joe Siam across the line. Let's see how big this gap is to the second place car. Waiting for that car to come across the line. That is Kevin Ayers at a gap of, oh, I lost my gap here. Hold on a second. Let me get that back up. 6.9 seconds in 2 laps. What a big lead already put together here by that Elva Courier, the number 81 car. That yellow car is so far out when I switch to camera 2, you can't even see it in the picture, but you'll see him here. There is the Elva Courier right there. It is an absolutely beautiful race car, car number 81. And then look at the gap all the way back to that second place car. You'll even get a better idea of the gap on this camera. 6.9 seconds at the line. Clearly, it's at least that much still now. Then you've got a bit of a backup here. In 3 through 6, you've got Denny Heistad, Clark Kneissel, Tony Grillo, and Rick Shea. That's what you're seeing there. That is that group that you just saw go past your screen there. We will see them come up over the ridge here. That is turn 6. And we should see that Joe Siam car coming into our view here any second now. You can see him way off in the distance coming out of turn 9. Some cars, though, look like they're a lot closer to him. Is it possible that the Joe Siam car just dropped out? Yes. The Joe Siam car has pulled off the racetrack possibly. Now your new leader, Kevin Ayers. Clark Kneissel's in second. Denny Heistad's in third. Joe Siam continuing to drop through the order. Not quite sure where he pulled off the racetrack. Oh, it looks like, yeah, the 8 car is, no, that's not right. Yeah, I've not heard any call from the corners yet as to where that car is. But it is certainly.
Oh, you got a car down. Yeah, there's one off.
There's a car. Oh, there it is, pulled off. You can see it out there in the dust out there, and there's an EV going there as well. Hearing that it was a mechanical problem for the 81 car. So Joe Siram, after putting down the fast lap of the race, a 138.975, has had some sort of a mechanical problem, and that has taken him out of this race. And now Clark Kneissel takes the lead overall in this race. Kneissel driving the 1956 Austin Healey. That is the GTL car. Good big run for him to get towards the front here. We should see that car pop over the ridge here, or pop over the hill here coming up from 2. But he does not have a big lead. Lots of cars right behind him and a slower car in front of them. So it's the second and third car here, I believe, is what we're looking at here. No, it looks like that first car is Kneissel, and then right behind him is the number 68 car of Kevin Ayers. That's a 63 Elva Courier MK3, and that whole pack all within about 2.5, 3 seconds of each other. So that should be the first place car. Oh, now I'm seeing Shelley Heilstead has moved into the lead.
None of those are on. These cars.
Let's see what we find out here.
Yes, it's that type. He's the leader on the cover. The color is what's up. There we go.
146 yellow, I'm being told, has got smoke coming from it. That 146 car would be, that's the Craig Carter car. That car is pulled off the track at turn 8. Just hearing from the corner worker at turn 8, 146 yellow with a mechanical problem. That 146 car is a Nissan Sentra. Now we've got, we had a little bit of a hiccup in the timing and scoring loop. Clark Kneissel has been staying in the lead here in the 62 car. Just past the halfway point here, Clark Kneissel is your leader. Let's go through our full field rundown here at the halfway mark. Clark Kneissel. Now I'm hearing our leader, 6'2", is also possibly off at turn 8. Yeah, 6'2", had an issue there. Tony Grillo is now your race leader. He has moved into first place. Looks like that 62 car is and looking to see if I can see it on this camera. It's tough to see with the shaky camera. That car continues to drop through the order right now. So that car is stuck just on the racetrack at turn 8. All right, sounding now. Let's go through the top. Our full field rundown here. A lot of things going on the racetrack all at the same time. Trying to pick up the info I can so I can give it to you. Tony Grillo is your race leader, followed by Kevin Ayers. Denny Heistad is in third. Rick Shea, fourth, followed by Penn Pendleton. Steve Maline. Tyler Bendis is in seventh. Michael Levin, eighth, followed by Todd Wallace. Parker Kelly. David Watson is in 11th. Graham Reed, 12th, followed by Tony Wilcoxon, Ken Rodenbush, Brandy Colombo. That's your top 15. Now 16 through 20. Mark Allison in 16th. Shelley Heistad is 17th. Judy Gaukel in 18th, followed by Tom Grossman. Richard Maline in 20th. Steve Marks, 21st, followed by Richard Griffith. Clark Kneisel, he's the car stuck down in turn 8. Jeff Marks is in the 37 car. He is in 24th, followed by David Lambert. Craig Carter, Patrick Paterni, Casey Colombo, Steve Figg, Joe Siam, who fell out early on lap number 2. James Bishop and Connor Mulroney did not take the green flag. That's how they stand at the halfway mark here, which is Group 4 small bore at the VARA High Desert Challenge. Of course, this race group brought to you by The Cream. Check them out. Skincare products for the whole family, thecream.com. Lots of people in the chat. People rooting for Shelley Heistad. Let's see, who else is in here? Graham Reed has got some fans in the chat. Tyler Bendis with more fans in the chat. We have another car off now. Here we come up over the top of the hill. We're going to catch up our leader here. All right, we're going to go full course yellow on this session, folks. We've got a couple of cars in some precarious spots, and they're going to have to go and take care of that situation here. Looks like there's about 5 more minutes on the clock at this point in time. All the cars here start to stack up here. That red and white car there, that's the Shelley Heistad car. Beautiful race car. And you'll see all of these cars, little pack of cars coming up over the hill here at turn 6. And look at all of those cars coming down through 6. Waiting for the field to get under the control of the pace car here.
No, most are mechanical, I think.
Let's see if our funky cam can see anything. No, nothing good on a funky cam.
That one might be mechanical. This one's high standard. But there's another one too, isn't there?
So we are now under full course yellow here. Not quite sure if we're going to get this one back underway here because we've got only a few more laps here, a few more minutes left in this race. All right, as I expected, the checkered flag is going to come out this time by. There's just not enough time left in the session to get these cars cleaned up. So to keep us on time, they'll get us back, get these cars in, get this cleaned up, and we'll get started here. We'll get started here in just a little bit on our 5th race of the day. Second to the last race coming up is our Group 5 race, and that is our Wings and Slicks race. Some really, really cool stuff in that group. Once we get everybody across the line here, we'll start giving you a provisional rundown here. Most of the field comes across the start-finish line here. Let's run you through the top 10 here. Tony Grillo, going to be your race winner. There's some people in the chat happy about that. Kevin Ayers is in second. Denny Heistettle finished third. Rick Shea fourth. Penn Pendleton will be in 5th, followed by Steve Maline. Tyler Bendis, 7th. That'll make some people happy as well. In the chat, Parker Kelly is in 8th, followed by Michael Levin, and Todd Wallace. That's going to do it here for race group number 4. We'll be back in just a few minutes for race group number 5. That is Wings and Slicks. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Willow Springs International Raceway. Brian Belansky here for the VARA High Desert Challenge, getting ready for our 5th race of the day. This is Wings and Slicks. We had a great race yesterday, a couple of really, really cool cars here, and we'll talk about those here as well. Let's go through our starting lineup here for this race. Your third row is going to be Ricardo Rodriguez Long. Next to him is Peter Eddington. Row number 2, Bart Pearlman and John Bennett. And then your front row. On the outside of row number 1 is going to be Rick Kirshner in a 1994 Van Diemen Formula Continental. Next to him, one of the coolest race cars out here this weekend, James Webb. He has got a 94 Reynard, former Indy car, and it's got some great lineage. We'll talk about that over the next few minutes here. Get ready to get started here. Now, there's a couple of cars that didn't qualify today, but I think are going to be out there. Vince Tremelin in a Formula 5000 1975 Lola 332. That car is wicked cool as well, folks. Even from inside the announce booth, I could hear that big V, whatever it is. It's at least 8, might even be 10. I don't remember what is in that car. I'll need to get some more info on that before the next race weekend. But it is a really, really cool race car here. And we're going to see our cars here coming up over the line. There they are, coming through turn 4. And that is that Formula 5000 car at the back of the pack there because he did not qualify this morning. Yep, it definitely looks like he made it. And there's one other car that's out here that I didn't have on my list. I think it's the Bill Pierce car. That is a Formula B car. Not sure exactly which it is. So we're going to get ready to get this one underway. One race to go after this. It'll be the Kniesel Cup, or the McKeever Cup race. That is our final race of the day. So stay tuned for that, folks. There is our what I call shaky cam. Really windy today, maybe even a little bit more so than yesterday. Moved this camera to a better place, thinking it was going to work, but it turns out it was slightly better, but still rather breezy. Was able to do a little bit of some computer magic on this turn 9 camera. I don't love it, but it's good enough for the rest of the day here as well. Good stuff going on here. You're going to see our cars. There's our pace car coming out of turn 9. It'll come off. Lights are out. And then the whole field there will come down towards our start-finish line. And if the starter likes what they see, if they're lined up in nice 2x2 rows, which it does look like they are, we will get a green flag here. And the green flag is in the air. Here they come down to turn 1 for the first time. And there you have it, folks. The 2 cars out front, James Webb in that Indy car, and then right behind him is Vince Schmeling in that Formula 5000 1975 Lola 772. And look at Jim Webb just starting to pull away already. Same thing happened yesterday. The provenance on that car is pretty amazing. This car was built for the 1994 Indy 500, where Jimmy Vasser drove it to a 5th place finish in the Indy 500, drove it to 3rd place at Portland. The car was so fast, it had one more race, and then they parked it. Roger Penske bought it because he's tired of getting beaten by the car, took the car apart all the way down to the tub to figure out what made it go so fast, and then it sat for 20 years. From there, it ended up out in Colorado, where it was put back together with a small block Chevy in it. And then Jim Webb bought it, rebuilt it again, and it is out here racing. What a great little piece of machinery here. Field's keeping up with it pretty well. I think, as I found out yesterday, once that car gets some tire pressure, once it gets some heat in the tires, he tends to pull away. And there he is all by himself, already driven away. Just need a little bit of time to get going here, and then he starts moving. The whole field now is going to come through turn 2. We're only 1 lap into this race, folks. And it is already spread out way far. There is the rest of the field there. Coming up over the hill at turn 3 for the big uphill climb to turn 4. James Webb, there you go, and that is Vince Schmeling leading the rest of the field up. Your top 5 after the first race lap is Webb, Schmeling, Rick Kirshner in 3rd, Bart Perlman in 4th, followed by John Bennett in 5th. Then you've got Bill Pierce, Peter Ellington, and Ricardo Rodriguez Long. And this car of Jim Webb, it is potentially going to start lapping cars here on lap number 3, it looks like. Much as I don't want to keep follow just one car around, it is just so well prepared, so well driven too. But he's already got a half a lap lead, almost a half a lap lead on the entire field. And on the back of the field, he's starting to catch up as well. So it will not take him long. Down the hill, going through turn 5, then up a little tiny hill, over the ridge here at 6. Then we will pick him up on shaky cam here. There he is, all the way down at turn 9 already. Don Gorney in the chat talking about seeing the Clark Kneissel car from the last race back in the 70s. So we're gonna leave it here, and you will see how big of a lead he's got. Last time by, I didn't look at the Skybing and scoring, but it must have been 35 seconds last time by, and it is longer than that now. I would say easily a half a lap already on second place. Here comes the second place car, crossing the line, a 31-second lead already. We'll follow this one around. This car also, it's been at the Long Beach Grand Prix in the historic races here. This is that Formula 5000 car that's being driven today by Vince Chamelin. It is a that one is a 75 Lola T32. Here it comes up 4, and he will make the turn here and be picked up here in turn 5, way down the track here. And that car's being driven pretty well, so that just shows you how good Jim Webb is in that Indy car. There he is up over the ridge. And then all the way down there, we will catch him. Unfortunately, I've had to zoom this camera in because it tipped over. So that's how we're getting this one short little camera shot here. And there he comes across the line here. Third place car in line, Rich Kirshner, in this orangish red Formula Continental that we're picking up right now. He is back another 10 seconds from that Formula 5000 car. Here he comes around through turn 1. Formula Continental, a 2000cc 2.0 Ford. There is Kirshner now between 3 and 4. We'll pick him up as he comes up the hill here. Also a really well-prepared Formula Continental. Like I said, it was a 2.0 liter Ford-based platform for the Continentals. That's the typical step up from Formula Ford. Your race leader here is now, let's take a look. We're waiting for the second place car to come across the line. It's probably a 45-second lead at this point. Oh, actually, I believe that Formula 5000 car may have come in. Yeah, it looks like the Vince Chamelin car has pulled in and behind the wall. We're at the halfway point here in this race. So let's go through our full field rundown at this point in time. James Webb is your leader. Rick Kirshner has now moved into second place. Bart Perlman is in third. Vince Chamelin, John Bennett has moved up to fourth. Bill Pierce fifth. Vince Chamelin still being called in sixth, but by the time 2 more cars cycle through, he will be down to the end of this pack here. So that's what it looks like at this point in time. Here is your leader, Jim Webb, just making hay today, driving his way through this field, already putting a couple of cars a lap down. We'll see how far the lead is now that the 63 car has parked itself for the day. There is Jim Webb right there. Actually, there he is. Nope. Now he's coming up on the entire back of the field. He will make pretty quick work of these 4 cars in front of him. Guesses he probably won't go around him until he gets on that back straight, and then he'll be able to motor around at least 2 or 3 of them before they get to turn number 7 or turn 8, that big sweeper. There he goes underneath 1, or actually going around the outside of that car. And then he will hustle on down here, catch most of them before turn 8 to make a nice clean move there. And we will come and see him come out from behind the scoring pylon here. And there he dispatches the last of those slower cars as he comes motoring down past the start-finish line. And he has passed, I believe, all but one of the field at this point in time. So the only car he has not lapped at this point, Rich Kirshner. Unfortunately for Rich Kirshner, it won't be long before he gets him too. His times here are just absolutely amazing. 1:24.232 was his last lap. His best time in this race, a 1:21.2. The fastest lap for Kirshner is a 1:32.3. So he's almost 10 seconds a lap faster than the second place car. Here is the back portion of the field here as they come up over 4. At the halfway mark, I think I went through the rundown. Let's do it one more time. Jim Webb, Rick Kirshner, Bart Perlman. That's your top 3 right now. Then you've got John Bennett, Bill Pearce, Peter Eddington, and Ricardo Rodriguez Long is in 7th. Vince Tremelland, who was leading in second place for most of the race, he has dropped out and gone behind the wall. This race, of course, is brought to you by Ace Calendaring Enterprises. They're an Ontario-based firm that deals with sheet rubber products. They are kind of a huge facility down there. They say they've got best quality and fair prices, more than 40 years of experience. If you need any kind of rubber sheet material, go check out acecalendar.com. Trying to figure out which 3 cars these are. I think this is Perlman, Pearson, Bennett are the 3 that we're looking at right here. They have been together the entire race, absolutely having fun. A little further back in the pack, but they have been, though, racing the entire way here. So we'll keep an eye on them. As impressive as that IndyCar is, this is more fun to watch. You've got a couple of guys battling each other, as is often the case when you've got multi-class racing. Some of the best racing back in the pack. So the car in front here is that is an 84 Reynard. Then you've got an Elan Pro Formula Mazda car, and then that little prototype-looking car in the third spot there. That is a Toyota WSR, a Toyota World Sports Racer. Those were a thing for a short period of time.
Yes. Just did it on.
We should be coming up on the 2 to go here just shortly. Have not heard word from race control yet, but as soon as we do, I will certainly share that with you. One more race to go after this one, the McKeever Cup race. Those are all identical race cars. Pretty cool. We saw them race yesterday. I'll give you more details on how that works here. Here comes that battle we've been talking about here. It is Pierce, Perlman, Bennett right there on the racetrack. Pierce and Perlman kind of pulling away for a little battle of their own. Pierce in a Formula B car, Perlman in a Formula Atlantic car. We'll catch them coming up over the hill here.
That's okay. He's okay.
I could hear that IndyCar come by. Oops. And I'm pretty sure that Webb has lapped the entire field at this point. Here he comes up the hill here. Now he can just basically motor and coast home pretty much. He's got a good enough lead. He'll pop up over the ridge here. And then it is absolutely nuts how fast he makes it down to turn 8 and 9 here. Here they come around the corner here. No issues here as he exits turns 9. 2 laps to go in this race, 2 laps to go. Your leader, no shock to anybody, Jim Webb, coming across the line here. 2 to go. Next time by, he'll get the white flag. I love this shot with the mountains in the background. That is some really, really pretty stuff here. Then you've got this little puffy white cloud we've been looking at all afternoon. Seems to just to hover right there over those hills. Here we've got hills off in the distance on that turn 1 camera, legit mountains. Some of the most beautiful Southern California scenery you're going to get here. It's always pretty cool when you can be racing and off in the distance see snow-capped mountains in the distance. Lap and a half to go for James Webb. Don't forget, we've got one more race after this one. It is the McKeever Cup race. Here comes James Webb through the line. Jim Webb through 9 one more time. You can see the white flag is in the air. 2.5 miles to victory for Jim Webb. His fast lap, 1:21.275. That is legit hauling the mail, folks. Up through 1, now down towards the big turn 2 sweeping corner for the final time. Webb not putting a wheel wrong for the entire race. Has no problems getting around those slower cars in this race group. His only competition, the Formula 5000 car. That car has basically, was there and giving a little bit of competition, but not very much. There is Webb there now over the hill, now down from turn 5 for the final time. Turn 6 now for the final time, up over the hill. And then that fast run down towards turn 7, through 7, towards 8 and 9. He will make the final corner here. 1 car in front of him, he'll get around. 2 cars in front of him, he'll get around them pretty easily. Here they come down the line. He will be the 3rd car, the dark car, across the line. Jim Webb for the win. And on his final lap, he does a 1:19.651. A 1:19.651 on a final lap. What an incredible lap here at Willow Springs. What a unreal how fast that last lap was, folks. That's a full 2 seconds faster than the lap he had done earlier in this race. Unbelievable. 2nd place, Rich Kirshner. 3rd place to round out the podium, Bill Pierce. Then you've got Bart Perlman, John Bennett, Peter Eddington, Ricardo Rodriguez Long, and Vince Tremelin will round out the field, finishing 8th. That's going to do it for the Wings and Slicks race here. We got one more race to go. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, today's McKeever Cup race getting ready to get underway here at Willow Springs, our last race of the weekend. Also the last race of here at Willow Springs under the Huth family's control of the racetrack. New owners take control tomorrow. So VARA Racing here, the final race weekend under the Bill Huth family. This family has owned this racetrack, stewards of motorsports, for the last 72 years, since 1953. Really fantastic what they've done here. New owners coming in, and we will. But we are the final race weekend here at Willow Springs under the Bill Huth family, and that's pretty amazing, folks. We're getting ready to get this one underway. This is a very interesting race. All these cars are Scions, identically prepared. Here is who's going to be in this car. Your starting lineup, the last row is going to be Tony Grillo in the 25 car. Row number 4 is going to be Shane Schmelland and Daniel Martine. Then in row number 3, we're going to have Kevin Ayers and Adam Goodrich. Row number 2 is going to be Harris Koenig and Rob Bellevue. Row number 1 is going to be on the outside, Rick Shea, and your pole sitter is Mark Francis. The way this award goes today is that these cars raced yesterday with different drivers. So these drivers are going to come out today, and they will be racing, and then the points from the 2 days will be combined, and the team will be awarded the McKeever Cup. Lights are out on the pace car. We will see them come through our view here. They'll come out from right behind the scoring pylon here. We'll see the pace car come onto pit lane. Then the 9-car field will come by. We will see if the starter likes what he sees when he gets these cars on the main straight. If they are lined up in the proper rows of 2, they will get a green flag, and we will go racing here. Starter on pit lane. Now the field is getting itself put together here. Here we go. We'll wait to see if we get a green flag. And the green flag is in the air. Racing here at Willow Springs. Final race here of the weekend. And we will see them come through here for the first time side by side. Identically prepared Scions. Not quite sure what's going to happen with the future of these cars. That's uncertain. Here they come through 2 here. We will see them come up. You can see them off in the distance. They'll come over the hill through this big uphill climb. A little cloud cover on this particular camera. And less cloud cover here. And there's the big pull up to 4, over the hill, then down the hill. Down towards turn 5.
The racing network. She's debuted the way, but it's also the racing network.
Here they come over the hill for turn 6 for the first time. Cars should keep fairly packed up. Of course, you've got different skill sets with the drivers as well. Some may not be normally driving this type of car for this event. As they come now through turn 9, we should see them come into our view in just a second here. And there they are, coming out from behind the scoring pylon for the first time as they head down here. Here they come across the line for the first time. And your race leader, Mark Francis, followed by Kevin Ayers in second place. He's got the fast lap early on, followed by let's see here, Rob Bellevue in third, Rick Shea in fourth, and Harris Koenig is in fifth. There's a 2-car battle there between Francis and Ayers as they come up now towards turn 3 here. You will see they're pretty close together. Ayers trying to hang on. He had the fast lap on the first lap. So he is really doing well here. He will probably, I don't know, if he continues at that pace, his lap was just a half a second or so faster than the first place car, Francis, but we'll see what happens here. Here they come up over the hill, right there on the rear bumper of these cars. Now, there you go, side by side down towards turn 8. That is Ayers on the outside, Francis on the inside as they start to go through 9. Looks like they've separated just a little bit. Francis has been able to keep the lead as he goes into this area here. They will pop through. We will see. I believe they're both white cars, which will make this difficult, but we'll know when they get to the line who is in first, who is in second. I think it's going to be Francis and then Ayers, but Ayers has a lot there. But now we've got, another car in the mix. That is Rich Bellevue, I believe. We'll know more on that in a second. Francis Ayers, no, that is Rick Shea, who has now moved into second place, and he was right on the back bumper of Ayers as they came across the line this last time. There they are through turn 1, and Francis has opened up a little bit of a lead there. There's a car put a little wheel off. That's that telltale SoCal dust I've been looking for all weekend. There they come. Now they've strung out just a little bit. That is Francis, Ayers, Shea, and Bellevue, the 4 cars you see in your screen right there. And Francis has opened up a bit of a lead now. His last lap was half a second faster than Ayers. Shea is the silver car, and that dark car, that is Bellevue. These 4 drivers kind of settled in now, although it looks like that Ayers is a little faster in the twisty sections, and Francis, though, is getting a good pull out of 6, and that is helping him keep the pace going down through the straightaway here as they go down to see what the situation is as they enter turn 8 and turn 9. Ayers not able to make up much there. And the Francis car working really well through 8 and 9, able to keep that lead there. We'll see them here as they come into our view. Oh, here's a little camera breakup. There they are. First place car is Mark Francis. Second place car is Kevin Ayers. That third place car is Rick Shea, and then followed by Rob Bellevue. There they are across the line. Ayers taking an interesting line there. Don't know why he's kind of going on the inside of turn 1, or on the inside of the straightaway there. It's not really warm enough to need to get air. He's really not close enough to the car in front of him for that to be the situation. I'm not quite sure what the deal is, but now you see a pass for third place. That's Rob Bellevue, who turned the fastest lap last time with a 1:47.0. He has now moved into turn 3, or into third place here. And he's starting to pull away from Rick Shea.
That's not bad. They didn't give us any names. They can figure out who the transport is. That's not Edgar.
Here they come. Well, yep, there they are. There's the first 2 cars, Francis and Ayers. And you can see that dark-colored car. That is Rick Shea. He's taken over the spot for third place here. A little further back, that's Shane Schemelin in third place. And right behind him is Daniel Martinez. There are your leaders. Little gap there. Bellevue trying to pull away from Shea. They probably would be better off working together. Not quite sure how these Scions draft, but you would think equal cars like they are, the draft would work well with this type of a car. But that first and second place cars really doing a nice job of pulling away here. And there they are. They probably could also use a little bit of teamwork possibly to pull away some. There he is again. Ayers doing that inside down the front straight thing. Not exactly sure the reasoning behind that, but he keeps doing it lap after lap. All right, we are at the halfway point of the McKeever Cup here. Here is our running order at this point in time. Mark Francis is your leader, followed by Rick Shea, followed by Kevin Ayers. Rob Bellevue is in third place, although I thought Bellevue had taken the lead. There we go. Now I have fixed our timing and scoring. So, your leader, let's go back to this again. Mark Francis is your leader. Second place, Kevin Ayers. Third place is Rob Bellevue. Fourth place, Rick Shea, followed by Daniel Martinez. Shane Schmeland is in sixth. Tony Guerrillo is in seventh. Harris Koenig eighth. And Adam Goodrich is in ninth. And now we have a change for the lead. Kevin Ayers takes over the lead here. New leader, absolutely. Kevin Ayers takes the point, but don't look now. Mark Francis is trying to fight back as they come into two, and now Rob Bellevue has pulled in even closer. So we have a three-way battle here, folks, as we get to our final few laps of the weekend here. And now Francis tries to check back or thinks about it, and Bellevue trying to get caught up as well. We'll see how close they are. Look at how close these three cars here as they come up the hill through four. There is nothing settled yet in this race with the remaining laps to go here. Down the hill through five are your leaders. Up the hill now, actually a little ridge that they come up over here. Now down towards seven. And now a little bit of gaps have worked out between Ayers, Francis, and Bellevue. There we go. Probably about I would say maybe 5 car lengths between each of these cars as they came by here. There they are at the line. Now, I will say that Ayers not going on the inside as he heads down the main straight now that he's in the lead here. So a little different tactic when he's in first place than second place. Francis right there. It's going to be one of those situations where you wonder where the best place is going to be for the final lap. And now it looks like Mark Francis has retaken the lead, and Bellevue's going to drive by too. Maybe there's a problem with that Ken Ayers car. Let's see, does he go all the way back to third place? Maybe. Oh, side by side through turn 3, up over the hill at 4. Bellevue makes the pass. Ken Ayers goes from first to third in about 3 corners. Not quite sure if he missed a shift or made a mistake there, but that's a big change. So next time by, it's going to be, it should be Bellevue. It should be Francis, Bellevue, Ayers at the line. Should see our leaders coming across outside of turn 9 here any moment. There they are. And now Rob Bellevue is the leader. So he has moved to the front. Ayers and Francis have moved back. We'll figure out what the order is once they cross the line here. But that is Rob Bellevue puts in a purple lap, or was a purple lap. The second place car at the line is going to be Ken Ayers, followed by Mark Francis. So big changes here, all in one lap. Bellevue now starts to drive away. Ooh, not only did he go from third to first in one lap, he also has a 2-second lead now. So he has found some giddy up in that Scion. Nice left-hander, no problems there. Next time by, we might get the 2 to go. Over the hill, the dark car is Bellevue. The next car across, I believe, is going to be Ayers. And Mark Francis looks like he has dropped back a little bit here. Got a couple of more cars coming through here. That should be Shea and Martinez. This should be Schmelin here. There are your leaders coming across the line. And as I expected, just got the 2 laps to go. So next time by, whoever is the leader will take the white flag. Mark Francis just dropped the fastest lap of the race as he tries to catch Rob Bellevue. That lap of 1:46.246, 1 minute 46 seconds, .346 is that lap. Bellevue still holding on here as he comes through 3. He only has about 14 corners left to hold on to this lead. Here they come up over the ridge. There they are, our leaders coming out from behind the pylon onto the front straight. Out front is Rob Bellevue. And across the line, Mark Francis in second place. Final 9 corners for this duo. If Bellevue can stay in front, he will take the win. Mark Francis wants nothing of that. Now look at him trying to get close and go under, but not nearly close enough to make the pass at this point. He's going to have a great couple of corners here in order to make that happen. Here they come over the hill here, up on 3 for the final time. Looks like Bellevue's actually opening up the lead a little bit. Not taking any chances, nothing for granted on this final lap. Here he comes, making that right-hander now up over 4. Through 5 for the final time, or down towards turn 5 for the final time. Here they come here, no issues at all. But look at that, Francis is right there on the back bumper. Sadly, that camera is still locked up, so we will wait to see where they come when they come out from under the pylon here. Will it be Francis or Bellevue in the lead? Francis certainly trying to put the move on Bellevue as they came over the hill at 6. Here they come, side by side. Bellevue still up front, not side by side, but a 1 car length lead. Does Francis have anything for him on this final lap? There they come towards the start finish line for the final time. Will it be Bellevue? Will it be Francis? It'll be Bellevue with the win. Francis will come in second. Now we have the long wait here. Here comes what I believe will be Rick Shea. Rick Shea will come across the line here. Then we're looking for Dennis Martinez. There he is. And it looks like the rest of the field here will be Shane Schmelland, followed by Tony Grillo, Harris Koenig, Adam Goodrich, and Ken Ayers will drop back tonight. Must have had some problems here on the final lap. That's going to do it here from Willow Springs. This has been the VARA High Desert Challenge. I want to take a final moment to thank all of the sponsors that help make us make this thing possible. A big, huge thank you to Tom Malloy with his book, Malloy. Check it out. He's a longtime supporter of VARA. His entire book about vintage racing. Very, very cool. Also, vintage racing cars, racingvintagecars.com. It's an entire website dedicated to vintage racing. Check them out. USA Fleet Solutions. They provide cost-effective fleet solutions for any size business. Check them out at usafleetsolutions.com. And of course, if you need some great natural skincare products, go and check out thecream.com. Our Wings and Slicks was brought to you by Ace Calendaring. They do sheet rubber products. You can check them out at acecalendar.com. And, of course, a big thank you to EMPI. They hosted the raffle this weekend, so very cool. I'm Brian Polanski. Big thank you to the folks at VARA for bringing me on board to do the races this weekend. We had a great time. Hope you all enjoyed the coverage here. And let me put up real quickly, I think I can get the schedule here for... Yeah, let's get this up here for a second here. Excuse me. Here's the schedule for the remaining races for VARA this year, May 17th and 18th. They are going to be at the British Extravaganza, the 30th British Extravaganza at Buttonwillow. That will be on the classic track. And then in September, VARA will race for the first time on the new track, the circuit at Buttonwillow. That's September 13th and 14th. November 8th and 9th, it's the Big Boar Bash back here at Willow Springs. And you can check out all the information you need on those races at vararacing.com. I'm Brian Polanski. That's going to do it from here. Thank you all for a great weekend. Have a great drive home. Stay safe and go play with cars.